Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the planet or on the internet. It's on the internet, isn't it, Llama? It is. It is. Anyway, let's get ready for some overruled objections, traumatic testimony, and absolutely unqualified opinions. This is Couch Court with Llama. I know there's more to it. I know there's more to that guys, but I'll be honest with you, I literally just woke up like 15 minutes ago. I thought it was Sunday for some. I think it's because yesterday I had a very busy Sunday, and both Elbow Feet and I both woke up like 15 minutes ago, running all over the place, be like, "Oh my gosh, it's Monday." So you know what? It's fine. I just woke up. It's fine. All right. Oh my gosh, look at all of you over here. Oh, I love that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Good morning, Teresia. Good morning. I hope you're having a better morning. It's a better start to your morning than I am. Oh my goodness. Good morning, 80s. Good morning. The Purple Platypus. Good morning. Thank you. Wishing you a beautiful week, Dope. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning. Oh my goodness. There's so many of you to say good morning to. Dope. Your platypus is showing. Oh, I love that. Good one. Sorry, I have my just woke up voice. It's a little raspy. Oh, good morning, Angie. Good morning. Yeah, I had a really good weekend, actually. It was very productive. So that's nice. How to change your handle while driving. Oh, that's okay. We'll take both accounts. Good morning, Breezy. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. I know, look at all of our friends. I've missed you all this weekend as well. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited about this week. It's the defense's case. Well, I'm only half excited about this week, and I will tell you guys why here shortly. Let's see who else is here. There's P. Lola's mom. Good morning, P. Lola. Good morning. Hope you're doing well and having a wonderful weekend. Oh, yeah, I don't know where Mama Llama was. I know people said hi to her. I don't know where she went. Good morning, Franco. Good morning. Seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, RTC, to you as well. Okay, so why am I words, Llama? Get it together. Why am I only half excited about this week? Oh, because we're only doing a half week of court, basically. That's right. So it turns out today there's going to be a full week of court. Tuesday, no court. Wednesday, a full day of court. Thursday, a half day of court. And then Friday, no court. Yeah, just in time for the defense's case. That's right. There's going to be a lot of off days in between because that makes sense. I don't know why. I don't know. But we got some stuff worked out. Tomorrow, even though there's not going to be any court, we're going to stream Tolly, Sergeant, Detective, Lieutenant. I don't know what his job is right now. But we're going to watch Tolly from Trial 1 because it seems like they're not bringing him in on this one. And then we're going to watch the ARCA testimony from those two witnesses from Trial 1 to prepare and compare for when they do get on the stand. So that's what we're going to do for Couch Court with Llama this week. Friday is undetermined. But thank you. We've been looking forward to you as well. And then let's see, what else do I have this week? Oh, Thursday, we're doing a couch court or couch confessions. That's right. Afternoon, 4:00 Eastern. And one of you are going to come on and tell me about an experience. Oh no, I forgot her YouTube name because I've been talking to her on Discord. Shoot. Fires on Discord, who is Raindrops and anyway, she's coming on Friday or Thursday afternoon to tell us about her experience that involves catching shoplifters and testifying in court about it. So I'm really excited to see what she has to say. And remember, if you guys have any court stories you want to share, you can email them to me at tara@tcwtmedia.com, and I would love to have you on the show. We could talk about it. Yes, the crash eyes. Yeah, we'll watch them on Tuesday because I don't. So Grimmer has it. Today we have Kelly Dever. I don't know who she is in this story, but she showed up Friday and the judge was like, come back on Monday. Sorry, we didn't get to you. Rumor has it that the Lucky, the plow driver, is supposed to be there today. And possibly, depends what Bev rules this morning, possibly Proctor's friend to read all of his horrible text. But Bev did not decide on that Friday, so she'll probably decide it in the morning. Yes, thank you, Angie. Oh my gosh, raindrops and feathers. Thank you for the assist. I'm on the struggle bus this morning. Struggle bus. Hi, Haley. Hello. Good afternoon to you specifically. Morning for the rest of us, but you're across the pond, so good afternoon to you. Yes, I think it'll be very interesting to watch. So I'm very excited to do it. Oh, sorry. Forgot my ringer wasn't off. Let me turn that off real quick. Not that anybody really calls me anyway, but why should be the day what people do? Okay. All right. Now, where were we? Oh, there's Nikki D. Good morning, Nikki. Good morning. And our other bestie, Cindy. Good morning, Cindy. Everybody make room on the couch for everybody. Oh my gosh. We're all over the place. All right. Okay. So Dever is a Boston cop, but works for Canton PD that night and answered a call of interest. Okay. Thank you. Because I could not figure out who that person was. Excuse me. And she's a defense witness. Interesting. That's going to be interesting. I love that. Oh, excuse me. All right. I'm getting there. I'm getting awake, you guys. Also Thursday night. Oh my gosh, Thursday is going to be such a busy day. We have a half day at court, and then I have the Couch Confessions interview with Raindrops and Feathers. And then I had to record Diddy. And then at 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, I'll be doing True Crime in One Time with the lovely Terry True Crime. And we're covering the case of Robert Dahl. And I was writing it on Saturday, and it's a wild ride. It's a wild ride about money, wineries, betrayal. Oh, it's going to be something. So you guys will definitely want to watch us on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern for True Crime in Wine Time. I'm very excited to talk about this case. It's a wild one. Oh, goodness. Haley says, beautiful day here in sunny Pembrokeshire. I don't even know if that's how I said it, but that's what we're going with. I have been planning out my bee seeds. Lovely. Pembrokeshire, is that right? We had a friend from Wales. Well, we do have a friend from Wales. I had. I always told her that it's just a magical place and doesn't exist. So, or magical land that she's from. It sounds beautiful. I want to go to Wales like so bad. I was trying to get her to take me to Monkey World if I ever came. Breezy says, what if anyone should wonder how things would be if we had a fair and impartial judge? Yeah, so last week is when Bev really started annoying me. I know she's been beyond that for many of you, especially if you watch Trial 1, but like I'm so over her. I'm so over her so much. Also, if you guys haven't yet, thumbs up the video, like it. That way people know we're live, where we're going to have the party at today, because I think it's going to be a party day. But yeah, she was really annoying me at the end of the week. That's for sure. Let's see. Franco says, I want to see Jackson and Alessi to hit their stride. I feel like I haven't seen their best work as of late. I'm going to agree with you, Franco. I'm going to agree with you. Alessi did a lot of the cross last week and a half. And while he did do a good job, you could tell he was struggling here and there with the aperture witnesses. In his defense, the aperture guys are insane. Okay, so he did a pretty good job comparatively, but not as strong, I agree, as he was earlier in the case. But we're 6 weeks in. Is this week 6, week 7? I mean, they've got to be just tired and exhausted, because I am. And I'm just sitting here hanging out with you guys. So I am very excited to see the defense's case. We do have Jackson doing direct of their witnesses on Friday. I'm sorry. Which is interesting to see, because as chat informed me, he used to be a prosecutor. So that explains why he was the one questioning or directing the data guy, DeSogra, whatever his name is, who held his own against Brendan. Oh gosh, I just remembered how infuriating Brendan was on Friday. Oh, I just remembered it. Oh, it's going to be a long week, you guys. It's going to be a long week. Oh, he was something else, wasn't he? One, didn't want to talk into the mic the entire time, which Bev didn't yell at him for, but yells at the others. And then he just kept trying to play gotcha with the Sogra, and it was kind of embarrassing. And that's right. I forgot. He basically discredited his own aperture witness about being like, well, if the data's wrong, wouldn't your stuff be wrong? I'm like, yeah, it would be. And I'm pointing out that what your guy did, what's wrong? So I don't know what that was about. That's what I took away. I don't know what the jurors took away, but that is what I took away. Lady in Gray says, I wonder what Bev will say after AJ turns over the discovery she required. She may not allow her to testify if she isn't satisfied. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what's going on with this Kelly Dever person, but okay. All right. We might have a spicy morning then. I don't know. Has this person not been in the first trial? Is this a newbie person? Oh, I know. I'm over it. Over it already. The Sogra is an angel. Yeah, he held his own for a guy who had only ever testified as an expert in one other trial, going up against Brennan, who was doing everything he could to shake him up. He did a really good job holding his own. That's for sure. Good thing it's going to be a short week, or the longest, shortest week ever. Knowing that, probably the longest, shortest week ever. Lady Gray says, Big George, and lawyer last night, said that Bev messed up by not allowing the defense to cross Welcher on Trooper Paul's report. He thinks our gut will bring it in, though. I mean, why wouldn't they? I'm still confused how she ruled that he couldn't bring it up when stuff came from that. I don't understand that, but okay. Pilola's mom says, I wonder what his words were, though. The defense said he didn't say much in the group chat. I'm assuming you're talking about Proctor's friend. I don't remember what his real name is, or whatever his animal name was in that chat. But I think the fact that he even said something in it, I think he can testify to it, because if we think back to Buchanan read a whole bunch of that chat, and all he did was put a like on one of the posts. I think it was the nudes post. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah. Yeah. Her testimony. Oh, okay. So Kelly Devers' testimony shouldn't take 30 minutes. She was on the list, I think, but not called in trial one. Okay. Okay. Good morning, hippie girl. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. We're all in here getting comfy on the couch. They do not have the ceiling fan up yet for some reason. It says 5 minutes till court's supposed to start. Usually it's up at like 10, 15 minutes before, but no ceiling fan yet. And just a reminder, you guys, for lunch today, when the court goes on lunch, we do have Midday Missing, Terry True Crime Show, and I do have to run it for her. So this will be a two-parter day, right? So after we're done with lunch, or when we go to lunch here, we will redirect you to Midday Missing. Well, also make sure your notification bells are on in case the redirect doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't. And she's going to do her Midday Missing cases, and then we will portal you right back into part 2 for afternoon court. So a little ping pong today, but don't worry. You won't have to leave the couch at all, I promise. Do you think Bev plays musical chairs without music? Maybe. Haley asks, oh, there's a ceiling fan. Were there other cops in the WhatsApp chat, or was it his friends? So there's 2 chats. Okay, there's one with him, Pukinek, I think Lolly. That one's the cop one. All right, and his superiors. Then there's his childhood bestie group. And I don't believe any of them are cops, or at least don't work with him. Don't work with these people. And that's the one where he says the C word a lot. And some other horrible things. Hi, Zoe. I know. You're going to have to wait, though. You're going to have to wait. You should have came out when I said it was that time. No, I don't know what you mean by that. Now that I think about it, the musical chairs, is that in regards to that? RTCU says, what's with Aperture's platinum sponsorship for the event there? I don't know, but they sure were donating a lot of money to the Massachusetts Bar Association. We don't know how much, but probably a significant amount. Usually to get your name on flyers for that sort of stuff, it has to be like a certain amount to donate. Also, the state paid them $400,000. So I have a lot of questions about that. Because, Burgess did a horrible job for that company. And then Dr. Welcher, oh my gosh, that guy. Oh, right? We're on Bev time trips. Right. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Savage Cashew. Good morning. Yes, time drifting seems to be, maybe I live in an electromagnetic field or something. I don't know. No, hippie girl. They are not in court all week today. There's no court Tuesday. It's full day today. No court Tuesday. Full day Wednesday. Thursday, half day. Friday, no court. So we made plans tomorrow. We're going to stream like a little half day. Maybe we'll be done around 1 or 2 of Tolly's testimony and the Arca Boys testimony from trial 1. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. So we'll still be here even though there's no court. And then we have a bunch of other stuff going on. So let's see. Oh, yes, Proctor does have that text thread with his sister too. But didn't Buchanan read that? Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember if he read it or if I'm remembering Proctor when we watched Proctor's testimony in trial 1. Ugh. Let's see. Oh, Beth doesn't know her place. She just sits there tone deaf to the law. Get it. I get it, Breezy. Good one. Good one. Oh, yes, yes. It's going to be an interesting week. Indeed. So, I mean, if defense is only going to be able to put on like half of their case this week, not even half, I don't even know. But I wonder if ARC is even going to come in this week. If so, maybe Wednesday. But then they're going to have to pay them for numerous days because there's not court for some reason. We don't know why. Maybe Bev will explain it to us. I don't know. So you need to chill out. You're fine. I don't care. Don't hurt me and my daughter. This is just our relationship. It's fine. Excuse me. Haley says, I think the pennant on the girls' game is over. Yeah, it's not going well. Because what did Sogra, let me try to remember here because it's been a few days. He basically said that Burgess's time math was wrong on all of the events because there's a 3-second difference when you turn the car on to it registering. And then there was this other probability of like, if this happened, then the events after on John's phone, right? We have the steps that were taken after. And so he's asked about, okay, so if you found out that John's phone was active after the trigger event, meaning steps, a manual lock, and the pocket lock, I don't remember what it's called, that Whiffen talked about, then would this be in the positive or negative, meaning this happened after the event? And basically he said, yes, 30 out of 30 then, definitely all happened, even with the time difference. So, oh, okay. Yep, give me just a second. What did you make me? Love this. Okay, hold on. I'll download it and I'll share it with the class if that's all right. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Look at what Savage Cashew made for me. Oh my gosh, this is so great. I love it. Hold on. Hero of the apocalypse. Law, justice spits. I love it. And I like that it's a hologram. I love it. That's so great. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for that. I love things like that. So yeah, you can do whatever you want with llamas. Well, no, let me take that back. There are limits. I should not have said that. Oh yes, look at that. Everybody loves it. Very Big Brother comics of him. Yeah, right. Oh, that's great. That is great. Oh, there's elbow feet. Nice and hollow. That's what I said. I know. That's when you know it's expensive and unique. I know that from Elbow Feet has like magic cards and everything. And so the hollow ones are a big deal, I guess. I love it. Thank you for that, Savage Cashew. Thank you. It's fantastic. Oh, goodness. Okay, let's see. The ceiling fan is up, but we know she's just, oh, why did I press that? Oops, I got too excited with my mouse. All worked up. But yeah, I guess that's all we got going on for today. So you guys, we did not stream Sherry Papini's documentary this weekend. everyone was very busy. And then I missed a message where somebody said they could stream it because I didn't even see it till the next day. Anyway, but we do have it scheduled in our Discord server. So if you love hanging out with us, me and everybody in chat, we all hang out in Discord. And we are going to be watching the Sherry Papini documentary on Saturday, June 7th at 1 p.m. We'll be watching it on our Discord channel. So go join over there. Friday night, we played Cards Against Humanity. I was a little late starting it. I do again apologize, Piola's mom, for the confusion, but I had a very important phone call because nobody can get a hold of me during the day because I'm on here. Anyway, I was late starting it at 8:30, but we had a great time, lots of laughs. We are horrible people. Oh, it was a good time. I've also been playing Wordle over there, which I never played before. I don't know if everyone else can play. I'm getting better each day, but I'm just annoyed that you only get like one Wordle a day. What is that about? Annoying. Don't they know who we are now with our instant need for gratification? Oh, jeez. Jeez. Yes, we did have a blast Friday night. And gosh, I think afterwards it was hard not to comment or say horrible, like, the mindset that you have to be in from that game stuck around for, I think till the next morning. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, today I'm going to finish up the slides because I didn't get to them this weekend for our OnlyFan matchmaker fans. All right. So if you have a ceiling fan or a regular fan that you want to hook up with, of course, OnlyFan, and see if you win a date with the OnlyFan of Canton, send pictures to my email. Or if of your pets, because this week we're going to have a pet parade. I don't know what that means, so I'm going to throw it together tonight and tomorrow and see what happens. But I think we're going to work them as a contest because we have some True Crime and Wine Time wine glasses that we might pass out. Sorry. Excuse me. So send me fans, pets. Here's another thing. Oh, I think I still have the banner that will tell me everything I need because I'm on the struggle bus. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So email me pics of your ceiling fans or your pet for our 2 contests we're going to have coming up. Any case suggestions? We actually have a form thing you can fill out. You don't need to send that to me anymore. If you have any in-person shows you would like us to come visit your city, Terry and I, to do True Crime and Wine Time in person. If you have a winery or even maybe a cooler venue, send those to us. I did get a couple in the Boston area, which, well, I mean, somebody sent them to me. We have not booked them yet. But we definitely will be checking those out. So if you have any of those, or if you've been on the jury and you want to tell us your story, come on, that would be great. Just make sure you put your YouTube handle somewhere in there so I don't accidentally dox you, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Did I already say hi to Kathy? I don't remember if I did or not, but you know what? Whatever. We'll say good morning to Kathy again. Good morning. I got distracted. Yes, we need some pics of Dr. Spencer Reed. Indeed. Yes. No other pictures. Oh, and you're not allowed to send me pictures of snakes. Your snake will be disqualified from the pet parade. Sorry. I'm biased. Oh, yeah. We sold some tickets this weekend for Terry and I's live show here in Ohio on July 19th. We're going to be in person in Marion, Ohio, so you can meet us. We're just normal people. On July 19th, we're going to be at the Blend of Seven Winery, and we're going to be discussing some local issue cases, the unsolved mystery of Billy Looking, murder.
Muted.
We're unmuted. She's going to call sidebar, so probably. Oh, yeah. Let me. Oh.
So, Mr. Alessi, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes, can I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan?
Okay, sure.
Something about lawsuits.
You don't want to agree to.
Ooh, he said something about lawsuits. Alessi is not going to agree to it. And Brennan's like, what? You're not going to agree to it? What?
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So,
Let my dogs out.
Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to...
Can I turn this fan off?
Yes, can we turn... Thank you. So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those reductions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Gianetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please? Tony, do you want me?
Okay, sorry, my dogs apparently don't want to come back in yet. What did I miss? I'm sorry. What did she decide on? Anything good? Let me scroll back up here. Oh, yes, our live in-person show will be streamed to our members. So can't make it to Ohio. Just become a member. Okay. Oh, this must be good. People are saying, wow, woohoo. Okay. You guys are excited about something. Oh, it must have been they're allowing the friend then. Okay. Okay. Good morning, Carol. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great today. All right.
Hello.
Oh, geez. I don't know how I can be scared, but I
On
was.
your own. Yes.
Well, I heard a voice and I was like, wait a second. What is happening? Oh my gosh, how are you this morning, babe?
Good morning. I tried to get here as soon as I can this
Yeah,
morning to try to join in.
I love that. So I'm gathering that they're letting Proctor's friend come in.
And yeah, they're going to let the text messages come in, but they have to be redacted.
What do you mean redacted? Just numbers?
Yes, it's got to have like the last two digits.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. On in, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right.
That was a
So
mouthful.
good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Oh, that's
Good
all
morning,
right.
jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Is everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left our class? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Chianetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look up how to spell that. Jonathan Diamandis.
This is Proctor's friend who is going to be reading the text messages. I guess we're not going to get Proctor unless they try to double up. I just don't see the point in that.
Morning. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know
Thank you.
former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that a direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
Okay.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify
Oh, that's too high.
which entries were typed and sent by Michael
There we go.
Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So three of them have nicknames, correct?
It's cute.
Yeah, I see two on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third in the bottom. Yes, I see three.
So you see
Yeah,
three there.
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
We have a few.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Not the C word I was looking for.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on triple N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Go lay down, Zoe.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Yes. He has 2 nicknames.
I have no further questions.
Well, these
Thank
are high school friends.
Oh.
So
He has no further questions?
209, when it's ready, please. Thank you.
What?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes,
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No,
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes,
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
What is
Well,
happening?
I'm very confused too.
Yeah. Okay. Are they bringing in Proctor? They have to bring in somebody to
Do
read
we
these.
get Proctor today? No, I'm probably not.
Probably not
That
today.
would be
but,
a great way to start out the Monday, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because they
Oh.
can't just be like, "Oh, we have these," and not read them aloud in front of the jury. Like that's just not how
Why
that
wouldn't
works.
you get Proctor to authenticate them?
Maybe they're pinning him to like, so he can't deny either, sort of thing. Maybe
Could be.
maybe that's why he's here. I don't know. This is strange.
I wanted a dramatic reenactment.
Did you? But I was like, oh man, that poor guy. I mean, I don't know anything about him just because he's friends with a scumbag. It doesn't necessarily make him one, but
I have been friends with scumbags before too.
mhm.
Should
We
not
all-
reflect on me.
But it's interesting.
Mhm.
That is
Yeah, this is
interesting.
weird. I expected
this
more.
weird?
This is weird. This is
Yeah.
we're all sharing the same brain space.
Everyone wants to point out that Proctor was not fired for planting evidence or lying. Oh,
I went back and listened to opening statements over the weekend
Oh,
nice.
Last question and
again
answer.
for like the 20th time.
Oh. Bring back Yuri to read them. Yeah, it's something
Sir,
like
do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
But he's not on
Maybe
trial.
Exhibit 209.
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page.
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I think so.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
What does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
You can turn to the next page ending on 33.
This is interesting.
This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m. running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does Sir, if you could either speak much
Are they
louder or
confused?
bring the microphone
Is he
closer. We have a
confused?
couple
Is he playing
fans
the
back
wrong
here. It's
part?
difficult to hear
I
you.
don't
sorry about
know.
That's
I'm
not your
so
fault.
confused.
If we can keep
Okay.
our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. Person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it
Recuse themselves,
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
They're not great. They're not great.
Saying
They're not
that
great
in front of the saying that in front of the jury just highlights it even more.
Yeah, it does. So they're
I'm really
like,
not
this is
comfortable
insane.
saying these words out loud.
I don't even think the jury's ready for what the words are, to be quite honest. Oh gosh. Oh,
I
it's
am
not
very
great.
confused about why Hank is having these read in.
I know, me too. This is bizarre, but okay, I guess.
But I mean, I guess.
Morning,
take it.
Shunka.
It was
Morning,
coming in either
Terry.
way.
Time for the
Good morning,
spicy
Terry.
text.
Yeah, but I need him to give a little umph when he's reading it. It's so
Thank
dead.
you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Say it, Brennan.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent,
He
though.
could have said C word.
No ass. Those are words that he wrote.
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, 0 chance she's skated.
A friend.
She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch.
Yes,
Accurate?
that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
I think Annette's going to get up after this and say the C word a lot.
I just
You could turn
think they
to
should have
the
made
page that ends in 4-3.
Brennan say it. But he couldn't even say it. Like, he didn't even want to say it. So that tells you.
You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You
My
did.
dog's snoring.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page.
yes, yes. Beginning of the page.
So
Yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
It's very interesting. Everybody needs better friends in this
Sir,
story.
at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
The answer will stand.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you.
Okay, I need to go get a sweater.
All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind. And more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay. Okay.
I don't understand what just happened.
I
What?
don't think they're not going to like what I have to say, but I'm going to say it. Brennan did a good job. He took the sting out of those text messages. It's what he did.
I think they just dropped the ball with this.
The defense?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. They screwed up.
Dropped the freaking ball.
This is my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I think they messed up doing it this way.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brennan was very successful
Compared
in
to
taking
how
this
they
thing out of it.
questioned. Yeah.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
I am unhappy.
Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
Presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023.
Okay.
So
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of the
Yeah,
page.
I don't
Just
think they're
glance
calling
at that
Proctor either.
once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay.
I hope they do.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you know whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No,
Do you now? At least
because of
familiar
this
with the name.
case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes,
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
he had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory
So,
where they are.
so has the media informed you that there were internal security
Objection.
monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
as a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A sally port is a garage essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sallyport garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All
So-
right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. Okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it's sidebar for just.
Sure.
Oh boy. Oh boy. She is not happy.
Yeah,
Not happy.
I went down the rabbit hole of Kelleher and Dever over the weekend
Uh-huh.
and listened to the 911 phone call. Had a whole discussion with Paul about it. It was very interesting. Mr. Buffy. And yeah. It's more or less that the implication is she's in on the cover up because she gave the wrong address when Kelleher was like calling to verify where the incident was. And she's like 32 Fairview. And he's like, perfect. Like, yes, that's the right address. Don't tell him the actual address. I don't know if this is going to do anything, but people seem to think that it means something.
Interesting. I mean, let's be honest, she doesn't want to testify against the blue. I mean,
The implication is that she gave the wrong address on purpose. But I mean, I don't know that this is the flex that the defense thinks it is, but okay.
guess we'll see. Oh my goodness. Oops.
I think there's
Good
way
morning,
more stuff they
Scorpion.
should have hit on.
I do feel, Terry says, I do feel a bit for her, and she is still LEO, and she has to be careful or they will come after her. I mean, I'd be a little nervous, but her being a little hostile on the stand isn't a good look either. Do you think that they're gonna ask her about Higgins coming back?
I mean, they
Has she
kind of
been
hinted
there?
that they are, but like, so the way I understood it was Officer Good was on dispatch. She came and relieved him when he called out to go to the scene. Like he decided to leave 911 the dispatch, and she took over. And there was a phone call between Kelleher and Paul Gallagher, and like it's a little convoluted. Like there's a lot of like red strings you're going to have to tie to people's pictures on your murder board to try to make all this make sense. And especially if she's going to fight, it's not going to. Yeah. Because I had to go down the rabbit hole and kind of figure out, like, I'll have to share a video that I had to watch to try to understand it, and in the, I guess maybe in the Discord or something, because it helped me understand it a little more. But
hopefully defense can explain it well for
that's just it. Trying to explain how everybody's involved in this cover up does get kind of convoluted. And that's what I told, that thing I said, like, if somebody hadn't come right out and said it to me, I would have been like, what is the implication here? Like, it's a big leap to make it if someone doesn't tell you what you're supposed to, like, think about this.
It's true. Just says, are transcripts of sidebar conversations made public post-trial? Yeah, I believe they are included if you buy the transcript, which is
I was like,
a buttload of money.
You do have to purchase that.
But I mean, yes, they usually are included because they are being, said or typed up by the court reporter just because we don't hear them, but sidebars are still part of the record.
You have to pay by the page, right?
Yeah. It can be like well over like $1,000 for a whole day. It's crazy. Or at least people that I know that got transcripts for other cases. It's expensive.
Yeah.
I don't think so, babe. I don't think so.
I think Brennan was trying to make it to where they don't have a choice if they want to get in what they want to get in.
That's also a fair point. Because Brennan's been being like, you want
one of the
him.
cameras.
So it's a good point.
One of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage did it show the footage from that one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. It was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption, ma'am. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Like clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Oof. Ma'am. Don't cry. Is she going to cry?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending? to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal in time of your shift that day.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask the
first,
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no,
So the answer is no.
correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do,
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
yes,
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
This is a
Ms. Dever,
hostile
My
witness.
question was this. Were you advised
Wow.
that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No,
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shit, that's
Form,
hot.
Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
so we had a willing
That's
conversation.
yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's.
Oh.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes,
Okay.
Is he talking
So
about the
you knew
FBI?
that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
yes,
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
that was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't expect her to be this spicy.
Did you indicate that you noted I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke, along with Mr. Unetti, and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
That's what I want to know too.
You were interviewed on August 9th, 2023. And when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force generally at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues?
I do not believe her.
with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel for the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
You ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm
Objection.
going to see you at sidebar on this.
Oh, this is so bad.
I just don't know about this, y'all.
Ugh. Wow.
I think she looks terrible, but I don't think this is doing anything for the defense.
I don't know if it's helping their story, but
That's what I'm
here's-
saying.
Here's the thing, though, is every single person has been so evasive. And this person is being evasive, and for what? You know, I don't know. I think if they are trying to show that there's some sort of cover up, this person's making it seem like everyone wants to be shady about simple questions. Like, I can't believe she's being like this, to be quite honest. You know why? It's because she's young, she's a female, and she's blue.
I mean, fair point.
And-
I see it. Just
Mhm.
they still got to tell a story, and I'm not sure we're telling. Like they gotta make all this make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think we know a lot more than the jury does, and you have to make this make sense.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they were expecting her to be as confrontational as she's being. So, I mean, she's not giving them much with maybe what they were trying to get from her
Yeah,
because she's being hostile.
That's been pretty much every witness from.
That's true. Well, you're telling me you worked at a place for 2 years and you are in the dispatch room. You don't know where anything is, where any cameras are. You just don't know shit about anything. You've forgotten it all.
She doesn't know what are real memories and what are false memories.
Yes. Oh, yes. And the false memory. Oh, I was informed it was a false memory. Oh, were you? Were you? Like, that's such, it's such a weird thing to say. Yeah, she did say agent. They're definitely talking about the FBI.
The federal grand jury.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get called in by the police commissioner to just say, "Hey, good luck. Good luck testifying or whatever." They don't do that. You know, cops testify every day, probably in that area for. He's not calling each one of them in every single time. You're like, "Good job. We support you no matter what."
But we know you'll make the right decision. We support you. We know, it's that you have to go in there and testify, but make the right decision. It was more of a threat, a veiled threat.
Yeah, it was. Right. She didn't intentionally lie to the feds. So not only do we have Jen, who lied to the feds, we have Kelly here, who, well, shouldn't lie, I guess. She totally lied. Well, actually, no, I think she's lying now because she said that to the feds about seeing Berkowitz and Higgins. But, or was it reversed? I don't know. Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. I feel like I just don't know.
I think this morning's a little rocky for the defense.
Oh, very, 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 very. I don't think she's a diva. I think she's just a shady broad. Like she's trying to tread very light. I mean, not tread very lightly.
Ms. Dever, when we left
doesn't want
off,
to think.
I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote. So I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
that's my mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I asked you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
Wow.
Wild.
So he got
How
my
many other
name
times
right.
have you testified in a court of law? During the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no
A
comments.
co-host
okay?
is joining us.
Any question?
Hi, Terry. Hi. Hi.
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't
She keeps saying
a
trial.
discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
How dramatic.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
You're going through today, girl.
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably,
Like the jury.
by the defense,
Yes, prior to the first trial.
you mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were
Yes.
essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. Your demeanor.
Disappointment
The
that
defense.
legal counsel would go that route with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department.
Yes,
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
no, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help or hurt the side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes,
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
no,
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
no,
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No,
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
no,
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No,
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
there is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
She is so full of shit.
How long was that conversation?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
Mm. I don't like her very much.
May we approach briefly?
Of course.
Mm.
Make it quick, Mr. Jackson. Make it quick.
Mm. I don't believe her. I just don't.
I think she's scared. And after seeing what I think's a cover up and all of the shady things, I bet she's scared. I wish they would ask her if she's been threatened by any law enforcement.
She's just going to lie about it.
She's gonna lie.
She's blue.
I know, but will we
Exactly.
know she's lying? Will we be able to tell she's lying?
She's literally saying that the defense is the one that's threatening
Your
her.
voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
The
in the
prosecution.
end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no,
No.
Oh my God.
Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
yes,
What kind of
You're
attitude
not
she
supposed
has
to take
now?
an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts, as you noted, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
So just that I'm clear here, she said the defense said they were going to charge me with perjury. So I emailed the FBI and they told me that can't happen. Right. And that's what she said. But then I asked her, did you say in that report, apparently, that it was us who did that? And she said, no, I didn't say that. Right. Was I following that correctly? Okay.
I don't really remember. I was too taken aback that I heard the words FBI.
FBI, the other trial.
That's what I took it.
They are
as.
just putting all of that out.
My brain got stuck on acronyms.
Because I mean, obviously Jackson is pissed at being accused of saying we were going to charge you for something. Like, he is pissed. This lady is pissed him off. Yes, Turtle Boy on X says Kelly Dever just announced to the jury for the first time that the FBI was the law enforcement agent that investigated her. And see, this whole Berkowitz and Higgins possibly being in the Sally Port is important because Berkowitz was the chief of police who was driving along at 27 miles an hour and saw some red pieces in the yard somehow magically because he has the eyes of an eagle, apparently. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Oh, yeah, he is pissed. I would be too. And I don't think she's looking less, I mean, to me, their credibility shot. Because I see her as very cagey, unnecessary caginess from her.
She's just straight up hostile. Like, she's like, it's not even cagey. She's like really, really, like, I hate to use the term bitchy when we're talking about women, but she's being bitchy. Yeah.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Alan Jackson pointing out that as a defense attorney, you could not threaten to charge Kelly with perjury. But she's like, but you could file a report. Okay, buddy. But we all know that doesn't work. I think she's lying.
I agree.
That's a big shock. Everybody not shocked.
I think more people have lied during this trial than I ever remember.
She keeps saying, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. That's why you're saying that so many freaking times. And the lines she's giving are so like.
May I inquire?
Yes. Coached.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes,
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
yes,
understand that?
yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
a question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so
Bitch,
the
please.
answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a little
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no,
ask you
no
a question.
comments, just questions, please.
She made the comment.
Yeah, like
Do you
what?
recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know.
I apologize for my
you're
language,
tearing
but
a new one.
WTF.
I'm changing my testimony.
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do. So yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that. So that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that, spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Mm-hmm.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
Oh, Sarah.
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift. No.
So do a lot
So
of
you've
people. You're
seen some
fine.
of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You don't know what that means.
Officer, you don't know what sequestration means
No.
in terms of witnesses?
No.
She's a lying liar.
In order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
What?
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No. And I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Bullshit.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job.
Oh,
I lose
what?
everything. I'm here to
I
tell
believe the
truth.
first part of that
I
statement.
cannot lie.
Her
while
entire
standing on
job.
the stand.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I can't.
Your entire
I believe the first part of that statement.
revolves around what
Around
you
what?
say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agree that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct?
Yep.
If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
The answer is yes.
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
No, you're not. You just don't want to answer.
You have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me,
Objection.
would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
Which should never be the case.
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever,
Yes or
correct?
no?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that question.
That's all.
That's all you need. Watch the eyes, lady.
I'm
Mhm.
confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no,
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
no,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess.
Oh, I bet we are.
All
Oh,
right,
I bet we
please.
are.
Close your notebooks and follow me.
I've never been more happy for a break.
But did she just say Higgins had an office there because he was friends?
With Berkowitz, yeah. That's what she said.
Okay, so
Oh my
just
gosh.
because you're friends, they give you an office?
I guess. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Sam. You have missed a wild,
Yeah.
wild morning. Oh my gosh. This woman, one, she's a liar who lies. Okay, we all see it, girl. We all see it. You're not a great actress. It's very obvious that you are lying, that you are being deceptive on purpose.
Oh my gosh, my shirt is perfect. The first line. Make lying wrong again.
Oh my gosh. And then she goes and says, my job is on the line depending how my testimony goes. First of all, that should never be the case.
Right.
Period.
Unless
So
you were
why'd you
going
say
to
that?
lie and perjure yourself on the stand, then your job should be in jeopardy. But if you're honest, no.
And she wants to be all like, oh yeah. Oh, I can't even with this one. She is worse than Jen McCabe because she knows better. I mean, Jen knows better too, but like, she really knows better than this. And she was trying to talk so much shit about the defense that it brings alarm bells in my mind. Because she didn't need to say half of the things she said. Like, she's very much being a hostile witness. Oh my gosh. Lady Grace says Turtle Boy and X multiple jurors are looking back in their notes, perhaps to read their note on Sarah Levinson's testimony. Yes. And just because she clocked out at 3:45 does not mean she left or went home. How many of you, well, maybe not everyone sticks around at their jobs, but like I have definitely stuck around after I've got off the clock to talk, to do some other stuff. I mean, that does not mean she wasn't there during that time.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was wild. I do apologize for my bitch comment. It came out of nowhere. I was just frustrated.
You're forgetting
Like,
this
what?
time.
Thank you. It's too early in the morning for cursing. I get that, and I do apologize. But
I was trying to drink my coffee while Proctor's texts were being read.
No.
That was too early to, and I'm sorry. If you're a guy and your friends talk about a woman that way, you need to reconsider your friendships. I mean, saying she's hot, I'm okay with. If you could say, I mean, I often will say they're from the no ass at all tribe. But those are the only two comments that I think were okay. Everything else was disrespectful. And the fact that he is still friends with Proctor says a lot, in my opinion.
Yes, people love your shirt. I think the jury, some of the jurors definitely had to have seen through this, because she's not. That's the problem too. Is she's not the only person who has been hostile and dodgy,
right?
Who has been in the police and EMT. Like, everybody's being dodgy as shit. She's by far the worst one.
Do you think this is why she left and went to Boston PD?
Oh,
and my
yes, I
other
do.
question is, my understanding is that it's hard to get into Boston PD. They have like a wait list, is what it used to be. I don't know in today's time. So I would love if someone knows that. Did she maybe get a special recommendation?
Like perhaps from Chief Berkowitz? I mean, she's giving me some vibes for sure. And again, to be so defensive, why?
I know. And I'm sorry. I don't think it's a threat if an attorney tells you, if you lie on the stand, you will be charged with perjury. That's not a threat, in my opinion. That's their due diligence.
Oh, and let's not forget though, that cops are allowed to lie about this kind of shit when they question a civilian, right? They get to lie about all sorts of shit. First of all, and the fact that she's sitting there being like, why would somebody say that to me? And now I'm scared. Whatever. You guys do that all the time. Stop the games.
According to Google, Boston PD is one of the more rigorous police departments to get hired at. They have a very rigorous hiring process.
Do they have evidence of her clocking out? I don't know.
And do they actually punch a time clock or just write it down?
Well, they probably like log out with their card or something, I bet. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they're not that advanced.
Because I mean, I've known patrol officers who just go home after their shift. They just radio in, yada, 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 off.
Yeah.
It's never too early for cussing. Are you cold today, Miss Llama? Is it cold?
Yes, I am. I am cold today.
It's 97 here today.
We're supposed to reach 80 this week, but not till like Wednesday or Thursday. But yeah, it's only 63 degrees here.
Send that this way, please. Please send the 63 degrees this way.
Yeah, this witness was, oh my gosh.
And how did you decide it was a false memory?
Right. Well, because she clocked out at 3:45 and the SUV didn't arrive there till like 5:30.
But that doesn't mean she left. I mean,
exactly. It doesn't mean she left. It doesn't mean she was. I mean, first of all, there's a blizzard going on. Okay. Let's not forget, starting at 1 p.m., between the hours of like 1 p.m. and 4, they got about 20 inches of snow.
Right.
Okay. So no matter, even if she got off at 3:45, she clocked out, she's still wiping down cars, making way to get out of the, like, you're not going anywhere fast at 3:45 on that day in that kind of storm. You're just not. And
And
you have this crazy event going on, and they were short staffed. Remember that. They were short staffed because of the blizzard.
and then how could it be a false memory if you didn't actually see it? You wouldn't have said it in the first place, is
Mhm.
my thoughts. And it
Mm.
wasn't out in the media that she saw it, so it's not like she could have. I'm not buying her.
Mm-mm. No,
She is not.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Right? The commissioner called her into her office and said, do the right thing.
Now, I will say on Blue Bloods, because I watched Blue Bloods a lot, I do know that the commissioner, Reagan, would call in officers if he felt they were maybe nervous about doing the right thing and just try to reassure them. But that's also on TV.
Or what if it wasn't even that day?
Right.
What if it was a couple days later that they were in the Sally Port that she saw? And
Right.
I don't believe anything she says. She's too
Yeah,
cagey. Too cagey. Too many excuses, not wanting to directly answer the questions. Mm-mm. Not at all. Not at all. Sorry, I'm like super behind on comments over here, I think. Oh, I don't know. Something is amiss with that
Yeah.
lady.
I mean, my spidey senses are going off. I mean, something just not sitting right. Neither
Oh
is
yeah, I
my
guess that
hair.
makes sense because they are salary. So it doesn't really quite matter. But then she said she was in overtime,
Right.
didn't she?
She did. She said she was in overtime. But I also know that police officers stay at the station even after they're off the clock because they have other stuff to get done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just doesn't smell right. Oh yeah, let's not forget about. So when they were reading Proctor's text or whatever, he said that the niece and nephew, the mom died of cancer,
Mm-hmm.
and then the husband OD'd on her grave, is what Michael Proctor told his friends. But I believed he'd had a heart attack or something like that. Like, that was an interesting story that Michael Proctor, disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor, told his buddies. I thought that was weird. Thank you for bringing that back up, RTC, because I almost forgot about it. And that was definitely something I wanted to.
Everything I have seen online shows that he had a heart attack.
Mhm.
But I also think if he really OD'd, they wouldn't want that out there because of the kids.
Yeah.
Just like I know some people who've lost family members to suicide and they don't tell that.
Interesting. It'd be a weird thing for Proctor to make up. But then again, it's Proctor, so who freaking knows? Nikki says, especially how she said it was impossible to see them in the Sally Port. Walter said it was possible, but Lexus went to space. So Berkowitz finds the pieces before they start excavating. I think he sees them, and then that's the first time they start
Because he
excavating.
drove down the street in the pouring down rain and saw it.
Yes.
Right?
That's when Yuri went out. Yuri went out and collected what Berkowitz found, if I remember right.
Yes.
We were talking about the kids, the niece and nephew's dad. According to Michael Proctor, OD'd on the mother's grave, though no one has ever said that. So,
or like I said, maybe he did, and Proctor's aware of that, but they've tried to keep it out of the media.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, Joe. I don't think she left right away either. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Lady in Gray says, I saw someone reported Peggy was shocked that they read that text aloud in court. Yeah.
I still am not sure that was the best thing. I don't know why they didn't just call Proctor and let him read his own text. I did not enjoy the attorney reading them. They just didn't hit. I'm sorry. You should have made the friend sit there and be uncomfortable, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I'll say, I don't feel like that whole thing was, why didn't the defense have that person read them instead of allowing Brennan the opportunity to then, because what they did to me, what it felt like was like they weren't going to read the text because we were confused.
Right.
Like, wait, why didn't defense read? That's what always happens. And instead they let Brennan read them, which kind of makes it seem like the defense didn't want to read them. I don't understand.
I'm wondering if that is something Bev ruled on and Bev made that decision. I don't know why. I just feel Bev's fingers in that pie. I don't know why.
Welcome back, Buffy.
There's beautiful Demi. You're muted, honey.
I had to go check on the kid.
Oh boy. What a morning. Yeah. What a morning.
I wasn't expecting her to be this way.
Oh, I wasn't either.
I mean, why would you be?
But I love the drama.
Right? She was like, no one's coming. Right? She was like, well, nobody's come after me for anything I've said in the past. Like, no one's bothered me. I haven't been harassed. Girl, that's about to change today. Okay, that is going to change today.
Stay off of X.
Right?
I know I have X going over here, and I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, her boy did say that was true about the overdose. I think that's what I was reading on his ex.
He said what again? I'm sorry.
That the overdose was true, but it wasn't something that he said that was crappy for him to say. Like he wasn't supposed to say it, but at least that's how I read his tweet. But I don't know. That was the first time I heard that too. So
that's
I don't
sad.
know if he's accurate, but I don't know.
Oh, that's tough.
And the family maybe didn't want that out there because of the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't want it out there either.
Yeah, no, this was not on Monday.
No, I did not expect that. I mean, wow. She was interesting. She was fun. I mean, in the most angriest way, but she was,
she was something else.
At least it wasn't data.
I mean, Jackson did get a little like pumped up. I'm surprised. Like he was pissed. He was so mad at her.
Their integrity was being questioned.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it made the defense look really bad. I don't know. And it depends on the jurors. If they're already on the defense's team, this is just more.
Agreed.
This is if they've already taken the position of the defense, then this is just more to stack.
Yeah.
If they're on the prosecution side, then they're looking at the defense like, yeah, y'all are shady. You're trying to make something that's not. You're trying to make fetch happen, and it's not.
Which a lot of people feel like defense attorneys are scumbags. Like that's kind of a common trope belief with a lot of people. I feel like, I don't think they quite understand sometimes like the defense's jobs. And sometimes it's not great how they can be, but not great. Not great. But now that they know, that here's the thing too, is she outed that this is the FBI.
Oh,
and I wonder I wonder what the jurors are thinking about that, because they've been hearing testimony from other people hinting at a law enforcement agency that And now they have finally heard multiple times that it was the FBI. So I wonder what they think
Yeah.
about that.
If they even caught it or caught on, like, I know we're hyper honed in on certain things that they may have. And
At
I don't,
least one had to have been written it down. At least one of 12. I'm going to just say at least one of 12 caught it.
yeah, I guess I have the worst faith in juries that I really do. I really do. Sorry. I do. I don't have
Wow.
faith in
I was on
juries
a
at
jury, and I
all.
hope nobody felt that way about me.
I mean, I heard what you said about the other jurors. Whatever the
true.
last person says, I'm going with that. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
like,
And I also think it comes
have
down to popularity.
I have the worst faith in the jury system. So, like, you can go ahead and just call me jaded. I just don't think that they always hear and critically, like, I sometimes feel like people go to A plus B equals C without, like,
let me change the banner.
Like listening to everything. Like, oh, she was like,
Right.
you see it in the chat. Just go in people's chats. Well, she was there. The taillights were there. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
And that had to have been what happened.
I
Like,
think
they don't
some
listen
people
to everything.
are closed-minded. They don't have the ability to be open-minded.
And
that's right. And the previous trial came up a lot with this witness as well. Previous trial. She didn't know what sequestration was. Get out of here, lady. You are the worst. You are the worst at your job, apparently.
Does this subpoena not come with instruction? I'm just curious.
Exactly. Why are you trying to play dumb on the stand? You know damn well.
I mean,
what a
I don't know the
sequestration
answer to
is.
that.
I don't either.
I've
never been subpoenaed.
That's what I'm saying. I don't really know. Do they come with like a, hey, you should not do this, and you should not
I
do
think
this,
so.
and you should
But
not
I don't
do
know.
this?
It could vary by jurisdiction too, of whether or not that comes included. But she's a law enforcement officer.
As I say, she should
She
know.
knows. She knows. She said she's testified in dozens of trials by now. She knows. I think it was Shanka too said that EDB said, this is going to hurt her credibility if she goes to testify in any other trials because of her admitting that this was a false memory. Not going to be good for her and her job.
Wow, she can easily create false memories.
What would she say if she was the investigating officer and she was taking a statement from somebody and they come back and say, oh, I realize that was a false memory. Let's just erase that and act like I never said it. She would probably look at them and say, yeah, I'm not buying that shit.
No,
but yet
exactly.
She's doing it. Yeah.
Exactly. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Always.
Raindrops and Feathers says subpoenas do come with that. Okay.
I love your name, Raindrops and Feathers. Just
she wasn't playing. No, I don't believe her at all. Speaking of Raindrops and Feathers, you guys, she is going to be on Couch Confessions this Thursday at 4:00, doing an interview with me. Yes, she's going to come on. She used to work catching shoplifters. And so we're going to talk about that. And she's had to testify in a couple of trials as well. So we're going to talk with that on this Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern. So I think I'm really excited about that.
I didn't know
Very
that.
excited
That is
about
exciting.
That. Yeah.
I'm interested to hear. I've never been a witness. Well,
Can I ask, maybe I missed it earlier, is there a picture down that I'm seeing below our picture?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on. Let me remove that one and put up this one. Oh, that's not right. Savage Cashew made that for me.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that cute? I love it.
We need to, will you email that to me, please? I think we need to print that and make you a poster.
It's in the Discord.
Is
I
it?
put it
Okay.
Yeah. If not, if you can't find it, I'll send it to you. I love that. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited about the interview with Raindrops and Feathers. I think it's very cool. Love that. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't know how I think the defense's case is going right now.
I'm not happy with it.
I'm not happy with it. I don't think they're doing themselves justice.
Nope. That's
No.
where I am. I think they dropped the ball this morning.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that
this morning's
set
not going great for them.
If it's good enough quality and if I can get it, yes, I will find out how we can do that and see if we can't like order some so they're not really expensive.
I really think they screwed up this morning not calling Proctor.
I do too.
I think it took the sting out of those texts.
It did.
A lot.
I know what they were trying to get across, but
it didn't.
It didn't solidify it for me, you know, and we know a little bit more than the jury. So
and Brendan said, I'm going to read the text so that you don't have to say that word. And then he didn't say that word. And I don't know why the defense didn't object to that, because he literally said he was going to say it, but he couldn't even bring him. Yeah. So he couldn't bring himself to say it. And that softened it so much. I am so just like,
Buffy,
y'all screwed up.
Why do you think the defense doesn't want to call Proctor?
Oh, they said Friday. Why? Hold on. Let me think why it was. Oh, because it would allow. So Brennan told them, like, well, you just should call Proctor when they were arguing in voir dire about this on Friday.
I remember that.
And it was basically because then Brennan would be able to come in and ask very leading questions, which
it's what I said weeks ago whenever I said they were going to call Proctor, because
he did.
Then Brennan would be able to lead him through the testimony that he wants out. He could lead him, and the defense can't. They have to ask, you know, non-leading questions. They have to be very vague, open-ended, and he can answer them the way they want. And Brennan can walk them down the aisle of what he wants them to say.
But couldn't they label Proctor as a hostile witness?
Sure, if Bev allows it.
Then they would have a lot more leeway.
If Bev allows it, do you think they have to make a motion to the court? They have to ask Bev to allow it, and Bev has to grant them that leeway. Do you think Bev is going to let that happen?
But here's what happened to Karen Reed should get a fair trial.
Well, ma'am, if she wouldn't be here if this was fair.
That's true.
None of this is fair. She wouldn't
I ask stupid questions. I use common sense sometimes.
And it doesn't work here. We don't common sense here. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make
No, you're right. I just
like, none of this is fair. None of it.
The defense is not off to a good start, in my opinion.
No, I totally agree with you. I would have.
And that scares me for Karen.
Yeah. Because
no, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you what. If I'm here during verdict and they say not guilty on all counts, I'm gonna go, because I just don't think that's gonna happen.
What are you gonna do if they say guilty on all counts?
I'm probably gonna
piss,
throw something,
but
say some expletives,
cursey words as well.
Y'all should just go ahead and hit the mute button.
Yeah.
Just count it out as being a non-monetized video. It's out the window. It's if I actually thought about that. I was kind of just sitting around doing nothing this weekend because, you know, no trial. And I was like, what happens? How am I going to react if it's I feel like I'm way too invested in this trial that I am actually going to be I might cry. I
did for Richard Allen's. Like, I was in such disbelief, honestly, with Richard Allen's that, like, I don't even know. I just sat there the whole day, just baffled. Because to me, there wasn't a lot of evidence in there. But anyway, we won't even talk about that. But I'm just saying, as invested, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. You're not even like prepared for how it's gonna make you feel. Now, granted, the defense can do a shit job. The prosecution didn't prove shit. Okay, and I don't think they're going to be.
I know you say that, but I'm looking at it as the jury, and the jury expects a defense. And and we live in a world where we expect you are guilty until you are proven innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in an ideal society where people are educated on the law and expect that and understand that the defense doesn't have to prove anything, but I also don't have faith in juries, so I expect they expect you to prove something.
Well, I think there's at least one that's not going to budge on each side.
I do too.
We have to prove she's innocent. They don't have to prove she's guilty. We have to prove she's innocent.
And I hate to say that because in an ideal world, it's supposed to play out the other way around, but that's not where we are. Not where we are. And
Scotland thinks they're doing a great job, which is, I mean, they are putting the most hostile people at first or uncomfortable things.
But I also hold the defense to a really high standard.
Diva Dever. Oh, we're back. Oh. No, we're not. I'm just kidding. Psych.
You got us all excited.
Sorry.
I just hold the defense to a really high standard. Like I expect like a really good defense from them. So like I'm expecting to see something, and that might be on my part. So
right.
I mean, that's how I felt in the trial I was at just recently when the defense didn't give a defense. I was like,
Put us back in session, you mean?
See, I wasn't hearing things.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Oh, dog bite lady.
Oh,
yeah.
I wasn't expecting her.
I forgot to show you guys my big basket of snacks. We'll have a snack show and tell later. I bought so many snacks yesterday. I have a giant basket that's like 2 feet by my desk.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in Massachusetts.
When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school, and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city. And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area. So it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes. So after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
Just so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So just so you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Courtroom, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It's a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe, some slight avulsions, like, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to the jail board. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
She's impressive.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977. to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes,
Full member of the police force?
yes,
Did you attend academy?
yes. I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I
I'm sorry,
wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall,
Overall.
well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said five. I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there? similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, so we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or, a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed specially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what I.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body. or as best I can remember, including a wide variety, puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer-reviewed process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who was a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes,
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
yes,
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
yes,
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
no,
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
no.
And why not?
Because it's, I mean, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from, from a variety of mechanisms, including, assaults or motor vehicle accidents again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles.
Right.
Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one
Yeah.
example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific, you remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It is just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank
People,
you, doctor.
more?
No, more, yes.
Oh,
please.
yeah. Motor vehicle accident, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your Honor's
yeah.
permission.
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Courtroom, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did
She
you
was
gain your
correct.
knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
So for ID.
For ID only, yes.
Put 000 for identification.
I don't know why I found that very funny. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor,
It's the
may I
little
hand-
things.
I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
No, thank you.
Mine, because yes, it
Thank
is.
you, Your Honor.
It picks up everything.
And will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's very blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes,
I
I
got
can
that
read it.
right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that. Or
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor.
There's nothing on that.
I got one right away. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach it? Sure. Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully that will work for you. Thank you.
All the woofs.
Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right. And so you
think... actually, yes. Yeah. So here you can see, go back, please. So here you can see, again, the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Woke. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape. And so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences, because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got to see them. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience for people and your literature review and authoring of documents, do
Yes.
people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
Why would you go to a vet?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries
That's too far.
versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe? And
Well,
why?
That's
Is
a
it
very,
like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes, I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that
Interesting.
point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyebrow really quickly on this.
Hi. Okay, Brennan. Okay.
Why?
I don't know. Interesting. I've never heard Dr. Russell's testimony yet, so I've just been taking it all in over here. Interesting that she contacted them
Mm-hmm.
on the other side of the country. That's very interesting.
But who doesn't follow the news for places where they used to live? I do. Even
I follow news from Florida, and I've never even been there.
Yeah.
I just they're
but we're also in the
commentating.
true crime world, but
That's true. That's true. Oh boy, and we're back. Okay. Oh, that makes sense because he was a prosecutor in LA. What, right? Yeah. Wants to ask for what? Okay, I see. All right.
Moment, Your Honor.
and we appreciate it.
Yes. I love DC, by the way. One of my favorite cities. I haven't been to many, but it's my favorite. I've been there several times.
They're on my bucket list. I haven't been there.
Oh, I love it. I'm such a history and museum nerd. And DC is magical. I love it. And the subway's
Dr.
easy.
Hev, in terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
That's right.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
We love you,
Yes.
Kelly.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias? What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, that's what, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Larson.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also,
I'm going to see you at Tyboro.
They're going to be going to lunch soon for sure. Oh my goodness.
I mean, is that 4 notebooks today, 3 notebooks today, or just on their 4th one for the trial? Because it's just today. I'm concerned.
No, I think it's for the whole trial, but
I think so.
That's very interesting to have that. I mean, a lot's happened. So wow, what I do think is interesting about the jury is we haven't lost a juror yet,
I know.
which is very impressive for a 6. What week are we on? 6, 7. I don't even know what week we're on at this point, but that's pretty impressive for a long trial like this. Because somebody said one of them looked like they weren't feeling good, and I was like, oh wow, they haven't lost anybody yet. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dave. Work keeps getting in the way. All your jobs, you're just going to have to tell them you're busy.
I know. Just tell me you have
Say,
jury
"Oh,
duty.
I'm doing
We'll
jury
write you
duty."
a note.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll write you a note. It's totally fine. There's Amos. Hey, Amos. Did you land yet?
Miss.
Are you safely back on the ground? Our lovely Amos is traveling this week. So, but I feel like her plane only just left. I don't know. I forget what she said to me yesterday now that I think about it. Oh, this lady I think is going to be, well, I don't know if she's going to be on the stand all day. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know how Brennan's going to be with her, though. I need to find something specific in Florida books. I don't know.
Buffy, I hope they're like me when I was taking notes during my jury thing. I put a star by things that I wanted to make sure I came back and looked at in deliberations. So I took notes, but on things that were really important to me, I put a star. But I don't know if that will help.
Kelly, what do y'all think of the cop
Kelly
this morning? Girl.
We don't have time.
Well, you can recap her again when we get back from Midday Missing for sure. Don't believe her. She's a liar, pants on fire. It's what I think.
There's going to be so many Pinocchios in Canton.
So many.
In Boston.
I didn't realize everybody has such big, long noses there.
Good morning. Happy belated birthday.
I guess it's afternoon our time. But
oh, it is after. Nope, not here yet.
That's right. The birthday girl, Mama Llama.
I hope you had a wonderful birthday, and I hope your llama called you and told you happy birthday before like 7 o'clock last night.
Did. As soon as I got done with our meeting, I called her and she didn't answer for like an hour and a half.
Well, maybe she was taking a nap. or a bubble
No,
bath?
she was outside, not with her phone. But I talked to her, so sounded like
And
she
why
was
was she
having a good
outside
day.
without her phone? What if something happens to
Oh,
her outside and your phone is inside? Mama Llama, your
she's
phone must
charging
be with
it.
you at all time. Nope, charge it at night on your nightstand.
Oh, good. I'm glad you landed safely, Amos.
Because that's how
Oh,
my
you guys.
mother-in-law.
So
Oh,
we do
there's a
have a new
survey.
thing that we're asking people to do. We are looking for case suggestions for True Crime and Wine Time podcast. So if you have any, you just go to this link, just put, you know, the person, a little bit about them, maybe in case they have a very common name, and make sure you include your YouTube name in that, so that way we can shout you out when we go to cover it. But we are looking for cases that people
1
are
o'clock, and then
interested.
today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
Okay, so 1 o'clock in an hour for lunch. Okay, perfect. That's great for us. That'd be great.
Somebody sent me a potential case, something about the Bender family serial killers. A friend of mine texted that to me. Never heard of it.
Are they Australian?
I don't know.
May
I
I
haven't
continue,
looked
Your
into
Honor?
it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We had broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is
Put them
your
on for no
opinion
reason.
and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the, what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills
I don't think it
and
came from a car,
methodology, and you
that's for
just
sure.
mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
Yes.
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is
of
the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. Over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here, it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
For sure.
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to just to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could you
so-
please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all right, please. Here's close your notebook to follow me.
It's 1 o'clock on the dot. Don't get another
Goodbye.
question in. That wouldn't be right. Okay. All right. Let me put that on mute before the music starts.
I
Okay. Well,
Probably
that's.
tell you, Llama, I just did something, and I'm going
Oh,
to
geez.
ask
What did you do?
forgiveness instead of permission because I just
Okay.
realized it's not my show and I shouldn't have done it, but I did it.
Sure.
I just
What did
sent
you
a
do?
message to a doctor who's a veterinarian and a medical doctor to
Oh,
see if he would be willing to come on and talk with you and give his opinion on the
oh, wow.
bite.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if you know
All right.
somebody, that's great.
I don't know
Right.
him. He's just
Oh,
in
yeah.
a
Just,
group that because my ex-husband's a vet and stuff, just in a group. So I sent a
oh,
message.
so you know him, but not know him is
Yeah.
what you're
So I
saying.
just sent a
Okay.
message and then I
Okay.
just realized I was doing something that was outside of my boundaries because this is not my show and I'm not your producer.
That's okay. No, I think this one is fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Now, before we switch over to now, Scartabello, I don't think she said what those scratches on his arm came from. If I remember
don't-
right, she did not say it was
I
from a
don't think
car
she
or
did
an
either.
animal or anything. She didn't clarify if I recall correctly. Lady in Gray says, Jess on X, we are just getting details from Dr. Russell about the dog bite, but Canoni has asked us for a break for lunch because, of course, she did. But in fairness, Alessi spent like an hour and a half on her CV. So
Yes.
a little too long, if you ask me. But that's what you get when you get a really qualified witness. So that's usually how that goes. Excuse me. Everybody needs his resume and CV. Ask for it.
Just put his LinkedIn link into the chat.
There's a specific reason why he spent. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, I didn't know that she was a medical examiner too. I just had assumed that she was just like a dog expert. I don't know. A vet, maybe. I didn't realize she was a medical doctor. Like they're getting a twofer with her.
Yeah.
You know? So
Yeah.
interesting. Oh boy, what an interesting day for the trial. I'm just
It's been a spicy Monday.
Oh, that cop lady. Not Kelly Devers. Good luck, sister. Good luck today.
Lady in Gray. I like that.
She is an expert's expert, right? All of the things she's done, all of the things. I'm curious how Brennan is going to be with her because you have her and Alessi who are going along very well. Alessi, I don't think is questioning her any different than he did with the prosecutions,
right?
You know, but if Brennan comes in hot, I don't know if the jury's going to like that after they've had such because we do know that it seems like the jurors pay a lot of attention when Alessi's up. More, they seem to kind of really like him, as do we. So I'm curious to see how that's going to go this afternoon. All right, you guys. So here's what we're going to do is Terry, the lovely Terry True Crime. Oh, that's right. I think I have to point this way now. I don't know. I don't know. She does Midday Missing, where she covers some missing persons cases that really need attention. Okay, they're ones that aren't talked about. They don't get a lot of limelight because they may not be perfect victims. So what we're going to do is we're going to redirect you guys over to that show. She'll be starting in just a few minutes. And then if you stay there after it's over, we'll bring you back to part 2 of the trial today. You will not miss court. We promise. We're done well ahead of that. Once she's done over there, I'll probably start a couple minutes after that. So make sure you have the notification bell turned on. So that way, if you don't make it to midday, you will be notified as soon as Couch Court starts back up again. So
I'm going to just say, not tooting my own horn, but there is something at the top of midday that is an active thing going on. And if I would like you all to at least pop over for that, because it's very important. And if you follow the true crime world, it's going to give you some scary vibes.
Oh no. Oh boy. Okay.
So,
all right, you guys. Well, hold on to your butts because you're about to be portaled over again. If you get lost or it doesn't do it, because sometimes YouTube, it just is YouTube. You can just, it'll be here on the True Crime and Wine Time YouTube channel, and you'll see it says live. So until we come back for after lunch, you all go forth and be amazing, and I will see you all shortly. Bye, guys.